Ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Mildenhall. How are we doing? I'd let you enjoy the rotary slap of this CV-22 Osprey. This could be good. So welcome to the show, and ladies, gents and teddy bears, don't forget to hit the like button as well. Let's get this show on the road. Welcome to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. So yeah, like button please. Let's get this show on the road. My name's Nick Ossom, your cameraman and commentator of the show. Welcome to Team Mildenhall, RAF Mildenhall, which boasts an absolute mix. It really does. It really boasts a diverse range of aircraft and units as well. Not forgetting all the units from NRS, the QA, the CES. Part of the 100th Air Refeuling wing are these CV-22 Ospreys. They belong to the 352nd Special Operations Wing, part of AWCU. Stands for Air Force Special Operations Command. And under the 752nd Special Ops Group, there are two squadrons. The 67th Special Operations Squadron, who operate the MC-130J Commando 2 and the C-146. The 7th Special Operations Squadron, they operate this, the rotary slapping mean machine, a tilt rotor, part airplane, part helicopter. In some ways it can reconfigure. It'll get you out of Dodge. They're there when you need them. So the CV-22 Osprey, a tilt rotor aircraft that combines the vertical takeoff, hover and vertical landing qualities of a helicopter, but it's married up with the long-range fuel efficiency and speed characteristics of a turboprop aircraft, which is quite important to understand that they still make propelled engines. And you'd think in this day and age that the jet engine would take over, but the efficiency and the economical aspects of conducting long-range missions, the propelled aircraft still have a place in military aviation. The mission of the CV-22 is to conduct long-range infiltration, exfiltration, resupply missions for Special Operations Forces. It's very, very versatile, self-deployable, increased speeds and range over other rotary aircraft, and that's the benefit of this, enabling Air Force Special Operations Command, acronym AWCU. Their crews can execute these long-range missions, and these aren't just your usual missions. The men and women will be deployed to austere, non-posh, hostile environments, take it what you will, but it can perform missions that would normally require both fixed wing and rotary, so this kind of combines the two together. So you can, the bottom of those sort of like arms on the bottom, they're called the nacelles. The engine and prop rotor group on each wing can rotate into the forward position. The CV-22 Osprey can be equipped with a variety of weapons and systems. Should be taxiing very shortly as well. And off we go. neighbours across the road are making some noise.
Now appear to be over the runway for moving southeastbound. Birds moving northbound. Birds appear to be no factor.
Nice conventional landing there. Tom Cruise there, giving it some. Oh, look at this.
36.
Well, welcome to the show, ladies, gents, and teddy bears.
971, runway 28, land 2, Niner 07, clear for the option.
I've got another. Looks like clear for the option again for our Osprey. Sweet. Yeah, we'll take circuits from an Osprey. I believe there could be a KC as well at one point. I'm not sure. I'm not hoping to see one, aren't we, really, if you think about it? It's like going to Coningsby and not seeing typhoons. But no times are available, it's just turn up and hope for the best. These are quite a tasty catch. Some speed there. That's good. It's lovely to have a few circuits before going on to its next sortie, wherever that may be. Welcome to the show. My name's Nick. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. I hope you're all feeling well and hope you all enjoyed a very, very special day yesterday, wasn't it, at Marham? That was a little bit special, wasn't it? So it's going to be another hot one. I do believe there's some rain dotted about in the UK today. I know we do need the rain though, so that is something we will embrace. So if you haven't done so already, don't forget to download your Brize Bingo Mildenhall edition. Simple rules: if it's an aircraft, it does need to be airborne. Here's another one on your bingo. If I can find him. I did spot Rodders, unless you spotted him before I did. Definitely about, so I don't mind you having that one. It was around here. This is a site. Got a couple of interesting photos to show you from a bit of past and present. This is an original World War II hangar, and I've got another lovely piece of history to show you today. So I know I've showed you this one before, and I did a little past and present. Of course, Mildenhall opened in 1934, and in 1938 it was the first to operate the Vickers Wellington. It has had a couple of firsts. We even had 207 Squadron here at Marham as well from around 1949. Just to show you this, look at that, a then and now shot. It's absolutely beautiful. So these hangars are original C-type hangars. They would have been draped in camouflage. They made it look like something else from above. They tried to blend it in. It wasn't uncommon to have them. You could see the railing for the door just there, right? Look at that. That is amazing. And I've stood there. When I was on my little tour around Mildenhall, I was shown some very historic sites. So that's amazing that the Wellingtons were first stationed here with 99 Squadron first, and from their B flight formed 149, which is what it's stating here. Here's another thing as well to show you. I found another classic. You know me with all my books that I do have quite a lot. Let me just find the page. You can hear some monsters next door. I'm going to show you this. So between April 1976 and January 1990, RAF Mildenhall, let me see if I can get you a couple of shots first, hosted Detachment 4, Det 4, which was a deployment of 2 SR-71 Blackbirds, and I found a photo actually from way back when, days gone by, and I bet you our good friend Perry would probably be able to identify exactly where that is. In fact, I think it's just there. Actually, it is. Perry, need your assistance on this one, but the SR-71 Blackbirds, here is, look at that. If you want to know the book, by the way, it's a classic by Chris Allen. There you go, Chris Allen's book there on fast jets, and this, I will show you where that is. I'm going to show you it then and now. Yeah, I think it's that larger building. Yeah, I think that's it, and that's the two smaller ones. So the SR-71 there, again, it's a wonderful book, and I'll show you where that is. It's just over here. If you can sort of have that vision in your head just for a second, it's over here. That is it. That's where it was taken, over there. And those two smaller, sort of, these two little smaller buildings here, the triangular roofed ones, that's where each of the two, there were two SR-71s based here, 76 and 90, and each sortie, mission sortie, had to be authorised by our Prime Minister then, which was Margaret Thatcher. She authorised those missions during depth. Yeah, amazing times, right? So I managed to find you a then and now of the SR-71 that was here. That was kind of cool. Perry has quite a few shots of that, and when Mildenhall's runways were being maintained, those two SR-71s actually went to Lakenheath for a short spell, and our good friend Perry does actually have a photo of that. I honestly, it's really amazing that he has all these wonderful photos, you know, so be it the good old classic SLR 35mm and probably a 125mm camera as well. It's pretty amazing that, you know, he has that. It's really something special to have photos like that. And that's one thing I was thinking about today is, actually, you know, not many people print their photos, and I think it's quite important to do so. I do miss printing, like, my little holiday photos, and well, what I don't miss is taking them to be developed, and then that daunting weight of worrying how many of those photos were blurry, didn't come out, overexposed, and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, those are the fun days, right? Those were fun days. Squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. Here he is. This US flag. He loves bringing it here, and he tries to keep things themed. So welcome to the show. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. So one CV-22 Osprey departure and a couple of circuits from it as well, which is great. We're in the Nook campsite, a wonderful campsite. If you want to check it out, the Nook, N-O-O-K, the Nook campsite. There is no official viewing area, but do you know what? The Nook campsite, I'll give you all the details where we are, what to do, and all the rules, etc. So it is a pay on arrival to do aircraft viewing. You don't actually have to stay, you know, be a patron and stay here with a caravan or tent or whichever you're going to bring on your camping adventures here. However, that said, do think about having a camping adventure. I know for one, if I was going to be camping, I would be coming here. I mean, look at it, it's brilliant. It's right next to a military airfield. How cool is that? You know, amazing. And Mildenhall is 24 hours, although what isn't 24 hours is the actual aircraft viewing 24 hours, but I'll explain that in a moment. So if you want to come along and do some aircraft viewing, when you pull into the campsite, it is pay on arrival. It's £2 per person, not per vehicle, per person. All right, there's a box there with a sign that tells you all the details that you need, what time it closes, obviously the fee. There is a toilet provided for the spotters, specifically for the spotters, so make sure you use the correct one. And there's obviously one for all the facilities for those staying on the campsite. When you come in, there is a field where you come into the track. I'll show you actually. Why don't I just show you that? So when you come in, you pay, you arrive, and we're in the field. Okay, so you can see how it bends in, and there's the rest of it. There is that trailer, but what you can't do is go this way. All right, this is out of bounds completely, strictly. it won't end nice if you go into there, because that is the farmer's field. It is a working farmer's field. So please, just when you come down this track, just make yourself into this field here where I am. Okay, same rules apply. Don't rest your ladder on the fence, damage the fence, touch the fence. It is MOD property. Do be mindful of your surroundings as well, especially in this day and age, and if you see anything suspicious, do report it. There's signs around with numbers if anyone's attempting to fly a drone. Again, with regards to litter, please take your rubbish and litter home with you. Like I always recommend, bring a little bag. What are they now? For a reel of 20, 25, 30 reel of these sort of pedal bin liners, what are they, 99p, 199, whichever. They're really useful if you're going like the Lake District or anywhere. It doesn't have to be plane related. If you're going on a picnic or a little adventure, put them in your backpack, put the rubbish in, and then dispose of it. It's pretty easy to do, and it's quite handy as well. And there we go. So that's the car park rules. Again, please, do abide by them. Don't stay over the time that's recommended. And plus, I hate being the last person in the car park anyway. I wouldn't want to do that. So let's not spoil it for everyone, which is what I always say. You're all good and well, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the show, and hope you enjoyed the movement so far. They've been pretty cool with the CV-22. Let's hope to get a full house today. Although we did miss it yesterday. I believe it was one of the RC-135s, some form of rivet joint that went, I think, left here. I think, anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm sure we'll catch it one day.
Echo Lincoln, approach squawk 0451.
Morning, all right.
Good, yourself?
Good, thank you.
Okay, no worries.
We've
kids
how you doing? All right.
The kids had seen you pull in. Like, Dad, it's got T-Rex. No, we're camping. You can just see the.
Oh,
two
you
caravans.
camping
The blue.
You camping here? Are you?
Yeah, I've been here since last Friday.
Ah, enjoying it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it is when the Ospreys came across and waking us up.
Yeah, we've used East Coast piece, so we've saved them.
No worries, worth a try.
Yeah, no worries.
one of my work colleagues, Mass, aviation fan, I literally told him to go ducks red. He's like, why? He said, if I just go that out as soon as they see the SR-71.
Nice.
Both, like,
So that's over there.
yeah, I've seen that one, yeah.
Well, cool. I love stuff like that. It's brilliant.
It is 100%.
Yeah, really good.
So it's always...
Yeah, so yeah, I'll see if I can bring them tomorrow with me.
Yeah, so we'll be up, packing up, gone early. Because like I said, we need to hit the road early. And
yeah, where have you come from?
well, you know, I'm normally around Brize and Fairford. So
That's it, yeah, that's the one.
Minutes,
Yeah.
20-30 minutes from Fairford.
How did you?
Got a caravan.
No, blue tent.
Oh, the blue one. Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah, been up there for just over a week.
Yeah.
Arrived last Thursday.
Have you stayed here before?
Yeah, many times.
Yeah, it's really good. I've heard good things. It's just
John's always superb and
good.
you're doing good.
I'm always promoting him, so.
Yeah, by the way, it's not £2 per person, it's £2 per adults.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
It tells you on the sign, by the way.
Right, but thank you.
No, I've paid for my kids to perform jobs. £50.
Yeah, I do as well. I put in a donation. We're lucky to have this. If this wasn't here,
Exactly.
because that's finished over there by the bus. That's been completely cordoned off.
Yeah.
I see, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, 100%.
Fair enough.
And you don't want anyone too close to the fence. Like
No. Yeah,
Thank you very
I
much.
wouldn't mind giving it a
Catch
go.
up tomorrow.
I wouldn't mind getting a caravan here.
The Rivet Joints and KC-135s give you a lovely wake-up call every morning. And as the Ospreys keep you awake.
Nice.
At night, so.
Like an egg beater.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Cheers.
nice one, man.
Have a safe journey back.
Yeah, you too, mate. Yeah, I'll try and remember to bring some tomorrow. Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
No problem. So dubbed as Mildenhall because it is a place to chill. Definitely, it's a lovely vibe, and yeah, great info there, and lovely to hear a little bit of background of you know, the past here with the site. Hi, all right there. Yeah, it's great. I remember when I first came here, it was quite exciting. It was really cool when I first came here, and I've still got that buzz, you know. It's nice when I'm packing up and I'm finishing up for the day, and I just like to take a couple of minutes just to enjoy maybe a couple of movements just for myself, just sit back, relax. It's really good. Do you know what? I am tempted to get a caravan in one day. I really am. I can't wait. I'm actually thinking about doing that. That'd be quite fun. I'll go and get a price list and find out. Unless it's online, of course. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting like a little caravan here. something to think about. The wake-up call from the Rivet Joint and the Ospreys, because it is 24/7, and it's actually Lakenheath Tower that manage the traffic in the skies for both Mildenhall and Lakenheath. Now, that's not to say there's no one in the tower at Mildenhall. There are. They will manage the engine runs, ground runs, a bit flexing, the taxiing, that kind of thing, stuff that they could visually see on the ground. And then once airborne, it's managed, traffic managed by RAPCON, which is the radar approach control at Lakenheath Tower. So a big shout out to the guys and girls of Mildenhall Tower. How you all doing there? Just boasting their Square D, that legacy that's still going today. Beautiful. Square D, of course, was the markings of the 100th bomb group. The Bloody 100th, which is the nickname of the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, because they are that bloodline. Didn't mean any pun by that with the Bloody 100th, but it is that bloodline. It's their roots. That was a beat from the base. We get a lot of that. It's great. It's nice to have that nice friendly shout out. There aren't any visiting aircraft dotted about, unfortunately, for me to give you a bit of plain candy there. So, F-35 looks like it's made its way home. That was here. So it was the Osprey that started the show, and with a couple of circuits, which was quite nice as well to go with it. So coming up this week, so we've got Lakenheath tomorrow, and finishing off the week with East Kirkby, the wonderful air show, and I cannot wait for that one. Well, we are the official broadcaster for East Kirkby. Again, it isn't we don't do the rack up, stack up thing. We never have done. Everyone's aware that we're here, for example. So when it comes to air shows, it's all emailed. Any public ones, I'll see if I can get myself a nice vantage point. For example, Eastbourne, Airborne coming up soon. Not long now, was it? 2.5 weeks to go for Airborne? Maybe more? About 2.5 weeks, actually, isn't it? Or 2 weeks? It must be 2. Actually, no, it's 2 weeks today, right? Airborne. Yeah, look at it. I think it starts on the Thursday, right? I mean, I don't know why I'm asking you. I should know this, but no. Oh, the days go quick. I remember a few months ago I was saying that this is coming up this year. Now it's now. Now is now. But there we go. So today was influenced by one of the bedteds that wanted to come and see some Big Iron. I think that's probably why he wanted to come here, Big Iron, because he is a golfer. It's the golfing bed Ted. And I'll just put him on the show now. This is the entertainment's department, the golf Ted. You right there, mate? What's that? He's going to do an impression of a heavy. Oh, that's beautiful. That's really good. And I'll tell you what, you know the album cover, Queen, hang on, when they're doing the Bohemian Rhapsody? When you put the bed Teds together, they just remind me of Queen. You know that advert, that artwork, sorry, of Queen singing, you know, in the Bohemian Rhapsody. That didn't sound anything like it, but do you know what I mean there now? You know, remember that album cover by Queen? You know, and when they're singing the Bohemian Rhapsody in the video, that kind of thing. Do you remember that? Maybe I've lost it here. But anyway, that's what they remind me of. They're quite happy about that. I mean, Queen were a massive band, so well they'll take that. I remember 7 hours here once. We had one movement, one departure, but that was all good. So if you've got rain, let us know. I heard there was some parts of the country that had rain today. Oi, oi! It's not a lot. I'll tell you what, I hope the areas of Bordeaux and France and Spain, I hope they get a lot of rain, bless them. They're struggling out there, aren't they, with the wildfires. It's a terrible thing. So I'm just looking at this rain, I'm just like, I could see rain in France. I'm just hoping it makes its way to those that need it. Welcome to the show, Perez, Batman Bush, Susan Nuttall, Air Godzilla, Sharon Chapman, Margot Baxter, how you doing? Luke M, oi oi to you. Dieter, how you doing? Derek, Margot, Simon Watson, Sally Pelham, Susan Ploy, LEJ Approach, how's it going? Hope you're all good and well. Captain A, Craig Lockett, oi oi. So of course, don't forget, don't take anything for granted when you come to military aviation. It is literally turn up, hope for the best, because that could be it for the day. You just never know, and Mildenhall does give you that, but it is a nice little chilled out place.
You are confirming that.
lovely and chilled. I just take the opportunity just to chill out here. It's really, really amazing. While I'm waiting. Hopefully we get a nice big iron heavy KC-135. Looking forward to seeing one of them. There isn't actually one in sight that I can actually show you, not even the side of it. Maybe one down there. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, there's a few there actually, all with the square D. Some of them have the station crest updated to the King's crown. You can just about see the square D there in that heat haze. So yeah, that's the Mildenhall's 100th Air Refeuling wing. The squadron that operate it are one of the 4 surviving, just one surviving of the original 4 of the 100th, which was indeed the 349, 350, 351st and the 418th. It is in fact the 351st Air Refueling wing that's actually survived from the original 4. And it was nice to see Sally B, the B-17, fly the square D of the 100th. Yeah, so Eastbourne, not long to go now, and looking forward to bringing you that. That'll be a nice little road trip coming up. Got a few things coming up this year. So we've got, of course, we've got East Kirkby coming up. We've got Eastbourne, Airborne, and then September. Well, we've got September, so we've got our Lossiemouth trip in September. And then there's also Cobra Warrior going on then, isn't there? And then a little break for the Ted Coningsby channel in October, a little break, 1 week off. I'll be taking a little chill out. And then November, there's the likes of, if it goes ahead, we've got York Night, my trip to the Lake District. I've still got to fit in the Mac Loop, still haven't managed to get there yet. And the one day I did plan, well actually there was 2, one weather was a problem, and second was a NOTAM that potentially affected the route through the CADs, which I didn't take that chance, so we went to the lakes. But I did manage to get in Valley this year already, so that was nice to do my annual visit to RAF Valley, because it is such a lovely place, but it is quite far. Realistically, it's about a 9-hour round trip for me there, but I always tie it up with something. But had to proceed northbound, unfortunately, when I got there, due to the NOTAM, that they were doing some sort of underslung aggregates with helicopters through the CADs. So there we go. That's what happened, and I've now got to fit in another time. I mean, back loop isn't that close for me, so I will just try and pick a day and just do it. I'll just stay the night before somewhere and get there early, like a spring bear, if there is such a thing as a spring bear. You got the iconic water towers here. Water towers coming all sorts of shapes and sizes. Water towers function to create water pressure. So you'll see them usually in villages, like small villages out and about, and the water tower will create the pressure. But they do also function to store clean water as well. So for if you ever pass by RAF, or former RAF Glatton, which was Conington or Peterborough Business Airfield, that has an original water tower there. And the point of it as well, and I also found, do you remember when I went to Lossiemouth, I was like, why are there sewage works around bases? I mean, there's one at Lossiemouth inside, there's one just literally across the road from Brize and Coningsby, and it made sense. Someone told me, well, the thing is, you've got to imagine how many personnel that you have. It's like a small town, in an airfield. You're going to need... So you will need to have a water treatment. You also need to have a supply of fresh water as well. So the idea is to create pressure as well. That's why they're stacked up with water, so that amount of pressure builds up, so it can actually give a good pressure of water when you open the tap. So they can provide like backup water as well during high demand times, especially if you've got a military airfield going on, serving like a mini town. So the way it would work, literally, if you think about it, all that, if those tanks are filled up with water, the gravity and the pressure, raising water high into the air creates natural pressure. So every foot of height gives about, 0.43 pounds per square inch PSI of water into the pipes below. So they can supply both night and day for that. So they can also, I guess, act like an emergency backup as well, so they can store extra water, and especially for firefighters here, the water isn't going to come out of nowhere, so it can actually act like that. It's amazing. It's a bit of an icon, really. Lossiemouth is an 11-hour round trip. No, sorry, 22-hour round trip. I don't think I can do that quite conveniently. It is a good 10 hours from where I am. 10 hours. I can't just go in the car and just drive 10 hours and do a stream. I would need to leave at midnight to stream at 10. Probably looking a bit like an upside down zombie, which is why we do it just once a year. It is probably the furthest airfield. So yeah, just all you need to do, notification bell button. As you know, we do cover the Red Arrows training session. We do cover that very much. That is what we do. Their training sessions usually out of season, so from November right up until sort of March. We usually find us at Waddington quite weekly. I do miss those Waddington. It does add a bit of extra flavour to the channel with the Red Arrows training. It's exciting to see them train. So that's the iconic classic. I mean, you got over there, you got like a chapel, you got bowling, sorry, the chapel's over there, you got bowling, like a whole bowling alley over there, just literally over there and stuff like that, which are pretty cool. Nicky's Cafe, been there since 1950s, which I had the pleasure of having a burger and chips. That was pretty cool. So pretty quiet at the moment, but we did start the show off nicely with a CV-22 Osprey. Will that be it? We'll have to find out. touching up my, brushing up my skills of remembering the ILS. So let's have a little, let's talk ILS localizer. Let's have a look what's going on. So you may have heard of ILS before. There are two actual main parts, shall we say, to an ILS. Let's think about this. When you're approaching a runway, you need to know if you're on the center line. Yeah? So the left and right, shall we say, of the center line. You need to be in the middle. The other factor is, of course, the height. You need to be at the correct altitude. So let's start off with this. There are two main things. So the instrument that controls the sort of the lateral side of things, so to make sure that you are on the center line, is what's called a localizer. This is it. This is an ILS localizer. Look at that. They got the almost like a phased array antennas. So they do the lateral. And then what they do, I'm going to, obviously, as you know, I like to simplify it, but this is the ILS for runway 28. So what that means is, it is sending signals this way to the approaching aircraft. So, if we had the ILS for runway 10, it would be on the other end. Does that make sense so far? So, what I'm saying is that the localizer will be on the approaching end or the opposite end. Okay, does that make sense? So if the aircraft is arriving like from this way, the localizer will be over here. If it's coming from this way, the localizer will be where my hand is flat. Does that make sense? So it's obviously sending the signals that way. Now, it does have a range of 25 nautical miles. However, the accuracy. Now, have you established a localizer? Because it's sending a signal around. Now, we've got lots of airfields around us, and especially with Lakenheath nearby. And yes, pilots can tune in to the Morse code, okay? And the Morse code will actually give out the ICAO code, the ICAO code with the ICAO code, okay? The International Civil Aviation Organization code. Every airport has one. ECHO is an area in Europe. G would be Britain. EG is Britain, okay? And then you've got the next two letters denominating the airfield itself, okay? So the Morse code will be EG-UN. For Lakenheath, it will be EGUL, all right? I hope that makes sense. Just so that the pilots know that they've tuned in to the correct one. But bear with me, and don't worry, if I'm going too fast, I will make this as basic as possible. So pilot approaching, okay? So the pilot's coming from over here. So the pilots, as we're going to see, aircraft are coming this way. If they're going to use the localizer, it will be this. And what that basically does, it sends signals to the left, 90 hertz to the left, all right? That's the signal it's sending, all right? And 150 to the right, okay? A bit like the beam approach. Now, what the pilot needs to do is get that aligned in the middle, all right? Now, what that means, if the left signals, okay, were coloured yellow, they're not really, but just go with it. And the right frequency, the 150, imagine that was blue, then the pilot is looking for green, because green and, you know, green and yellow, blue and yellow make green, right? Now, to help you with that, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to show you one of my trusty drawings, okay, to help. All right, so there's the oh gosh, try not to punch the there you go. So there's that localizer over there, right? There it is there, and it's sending these beams. I may have done it, oh yeah, no, I've done it right, because obviously it's the approaching aircraft, 90 hertz to the left and 150 to the right. Does that make sense? So we're the approaching aircraft, the localizer's over there, okay? And what that does, it assists the aircraft to be in the center, all right? That helps, right? You don't want to land over here, you don't want to land over there, right? So this is what it looks like on the pilot's PFD, all right, the primary flight radar. There's the hockey sticks, okay? Now, we're looking for the center line, so it's this one here that does the lateral. Now, I've obviously drawn this, but there are actually diamond shaped. Now, what you'll find with aviation, it's a lot of opposites. So if there's your center line here. Now, we're over here. We're actually too far to the left. That's where our aircraft is. We're too far to the left, okay? It's opposite. Because if you think about it, we've gone, that's where the center line is now. We obviously too far to the left. All right, so we need to adjust to the right, okay, to get that into there. All right, does that make sense? I know it's really weird, right? But think about it. If the center line is here and then the center line's moved over here, that means we've gone too far to the left. When I get to it and talk to you about the diamond for the height, okay, which is called the glide slope, which I'll explain in a moment. If it's down here, all right, then we're too high because it should be there. You know, it's over here. It's quite far, way below. So, but we're just doing the localizer at the moment. And like I said, they have directional antennas, and what they're doing, they're sending beams. Sorry, it's quite sharp, that light now, isn't it? Unfortunately. So yeah, I hope that makes sense so far. So that's how pilots will correct themselves onto the center line using the localizer. And when you hear that, have you established it? It's basically the aircraft could be over there somewhere, and it's sending out these frequencies so that they can lock onto it and connect to it. All right. So hopefully that made a bit more sense. Yeah. Does that make sense how they do that? But what about the altitude? Surely that's important, and it is. It is, and it's what's called a glide slope, and we do actually have one here. It's a glide slope antenna, and what that does the height. Now, a little bit different though. So, a little bit different because the glide slope antenna is positioned at the runway in use, and what that means is that this is the glide slope antenna for, if I can see it without that really sharp light, this is the glide slope antenna. This does the altitude. Same sort of thing, all right, but a little bit different, and I'll explain in just a moment. This is the glide slope antenna for runway 10, all right? So for 28, it's all the way down the other side. Should we see if we can actually find it? I don't know if we can see it from here. I don't really know I don't think I've ever spotted it from here. It'd be down there somewhere if it has one. Yeah, so this, literally, every airfield has a path, all right, to a touchdown path, and that's positioned level with the glide slope, basically where the aircraft can safely touch down. Now it's set to 3 degrees, okay? And that's called the glide slope. And the reason why it's set to 3 degrees is that's a safe, gradual, imaginary path that goes up 3 degrees all the way to avoid hazards such as mountains, hills, built up areas. But it's a very smooth path to assist. So the pilots need to make sure they're on the right height, all right, altitude. Now I've done the maths already for you, which I'll show you. That is set at 3 degrees, and every nautical mile exactly is 318 feet. So every 1 nautical mile, the pilot will be 318 feet, okay? You can round it to 315 or 300, so be it, all right? So I'm going to show you a little diagram of that. If I got it. Yeah, here we go. So I've done, I mean, it folds out. There we go. So the PAPI lights are set with this as well. They're tilted. So if the pilot is 4 nautical miles out, they should be at 1,273 feet. They do round it off to, let's say, 1,200 feet. 5 nautical miles, 1,500 feet. Does that make sense? So it's about 300 feet per 1 nautical mile. That extends the range to 10 nautical miles out. Okay, so that's the glide. That's the glide slope, and every 3 degrees is the most popular. There are some very, very sharp ones, about 5.4 degrees. I think that's London City, which is very steep. I mean, that it might not sound a lot, but 5 degrees will raise it up almost double, right? It'll be double. So it's quite a sharp descent because they've got buildings, it is in a city, etc. So again, how it would look like, again on the PFD, the pilot's flight display, again, it will look like this. Okay, so we are too high, all right, because it's down here, all right. So obviously we're up here, and we're over it, and we're also too far to the left as well. So this needs to be over here. We're too far to the left, so we're going to bank to the right to get that diamond in the middle. And if we're over here, this diamond will be that now here. So we're obviously we're too high, so we just need to bring our aircraft down a bit, all right? But if you know the maths as well to go with that, pilots do a lot of maths, they will know that they will work out. But this is a nice tool, and the thing is, this will help in bad weather, which is why it's called instrument flight rules. All right, I hope that made a little bit of sense, but that's what's IFR and VFR, instrument flight rules. They would use the ILS, so foggy weather coupled up with nighttime, really poor visibility, they can use the ILS. So you've got your beams here sending these frequencies, you can use the ILS for that as well. So that's what the localizer and the glide slope antenna do. All right, so I hope that made a little bit of sense. So just to reiterate, they're using runway 28, so that's the localizer for runway 28 here. All right, so the localizer for 10 will be down the other end, and this is the glide. So this is what a glide slope antenna looks like. There it is, and there'll be another one further down for runway 28. So it's level with where aircraft will come down nicely and land at 3 degrees. All right, I believe it's 3-degree glide slope here. I think there's a way to check somewhere. So I hope that made it a little bit of sense. All right, so these do the altitude, and the localizer does the lateral side of things, so the left and right, the center line, helping and oh, hang on, here it is. It's over there. Found it. There's our. That's for runway 28. That's the glide slope. So that's the height. So from that tower outwards, the aircraft is coming in at a 3-degree path. All right, the glide path, if you want to call it that. But that's the glide slope antenna. That's for 28, and this one is for 10. So these, again, just to reiterate, they do the height. So if it is 3 degrees, you're looking at 300 feet per nautical mile out, and they have a span of 10 nautical miles. So that's what the ILS is. When they don't need to use that, they call the type of flying VFR, visual flight rules, so they don't have to use the instruments. If they're coming in on foggy, really bad weather with low visibility, they wouldn't use VFR. They'd have to use IFR, instrument flight rules, and one of them is the ILS. There's lots of landing aids that can assist. All right, so the PAPI lights that are not switched on, they are facing, obviously, runway 28. They will be tilted and set to a 3-degree glide slope as well. So I hope that made a little bit of sense anyway. I haven't done that in ages. I haven't done that talk in a long time. I'm glad I remembered some of it. Goodness me, that was actually quite testing. Actually, I was like, okay. I think I could do a better job next time. I'll do a better job next time. So apologies for that if it sounded a bit rusty. I hope that made a bit of sense. So that was the ILS, instrument landing system. So that's just one of many landing aids. So this actually came from, a long time, this method. I'm talking 1930s. Long time ago. From the beam approach system. I mean, it was taken to new levels then. So it was taken to new levels back in the days from the beam approach Look at that. Similar sort of thing, but using beams. So our aircraft were looking for what's called an equi signal. So they had, this was called the Lorenz beam, very early form of ILS, and it was, basically what they did was send a continuous beam, but it was short-circuited, let's say if there is such a verb, by Morse code, all right? So you had dots for the left of the center line and the dashes of the Morse code on the right of the center line. And what they would do is, if you just heard the dots, you were too far to the left. If you heard the dashes, you were too far to the right. Okay, so this was amazing system from many German pioneers that made a type of the Lorenz beam, and what they were looking for was the equi signal. So as you started to hear the dashes, the point is, if you filled those dashes with the dots, it'll be one continuous beam. That's how they knew they were on the center line. So that was an early form. But they took that to another level in Germany. They took it to another level. Very, very clever, because they thought, right, if you can get on the center line in poor visibility, because Britain were wondering, how are the Luftwaffe bombing so accurate at night? And what they would do, they would literally do the same thing. They'll send dots on one side and dashes. This was the Knickerbein system. I believe in Germany it means like a crooked leg or something like that. So they'll send a beam to follow on the path, the correct path to go over the target, and then the dashes would be sent to go right over, so that intersection would be where to drop the bombs. So when they heard that equi signal, that's where they dropped it. So that's how they ended up doing that. But obviously our good old friends Dr. Jones, Dr. R. Jones, and the help of Watson Watt, I think we got incoming aircraft. What they did a fake false beam, so they dropped their bombs somewhere else, over there somewhere. So very, so hence the Battle of the Beams. I think we've got arriving aircraft somewhere. There's a lot of people getting excited here. Give me a second. But once they countered that, they did the Y you're at and the X you're at, which I'll explain in probably later on or another show. But they did a different system using a clock with two hands, and again that was counted as well. But amazing how a landing system ended up becoming an aid to bomb. Going to check my ADS-B, see if we've got any approaching aircraft. Looks like we've got Duke 89, which is the Beech 200 on arrival. So a visiting aircraft, a Beech 200. Definitely hear an MC-130J Commando 2, or at least some sort of C-130J. I believe it will be a MC-130J, but at a guess that I can't see any visiting aircraft at the minute, apart from that one that just arrived. Yeah, so we're going to have a MC-130J Commando 2 depart as well, by the sound of it. Well, I can certainly hear it. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? But it could be flexing, so we'll see. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Thank you very much for tuning in. We've got a MC-130J Commando 2 that we can hear. It's flown by the 67th Special Operations Squadron. Again, part of AFSOC, the United States' Air Force Special Operations Command. And the good thing about these, they're the clandestine infiltration, exfiltration, resupply, air refueling. It's buddy CV-22 Ospreys and buddy refueling as well for the special operations, for the helicopters and the tilt rotor aircraft as well. They are powered by 4 Rolls-Royce AE 2100D3. They're rated at 4,591 shaft horsepower. Crew comprises of 2 pilots, a combat systems officer and 2 special missions aviator, or aviators, as there's 2. And it can indeed refuel the CV-22 Osprey. A wingspan of 132 feet 7 inches, that's 39.7 metres. Length at 97 feet 9 inches, that's 29.3 metres. Sits at a height of 38 feet 10 inches, that's 11.9 metres. It's got a range of 3,000 miles along with a max takeoff weight of 164 pounds as well. Hopefully we'll get to see that. Hello.
Is that your son over there?
No.
Holding the patches sign up? No?
Oh, no.
He said to like wave you on over there.
All right, I'll wave him. Thanks anyway.
Hey, no problem.
I'll wave to him.
Yep.
Is that the lads up there on the...
Black t-shirt? Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
cool. I'll wave to them.
You trying to call
Cheers,
you?
man. Thanks
do you know
for...
him? Do you know him?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
They might know me.
Oh, all right.
But I'll wave anyway, thanks.
Heck yeah, no problem.
There you go, we'll wave. There you go, we'll wave. How we're doing, ladies, gents, steady bears, hope we're all good. Welcome to the show. So here comes the AWCU, just passing by now, doing their checks. That's the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. They can use the vehicle to scare the birds. They've got various items, such as a different coloured flags. They can actually use the vehicle to sort of chase away the birds and what have you. Some people waving over there, look. There they are, their moment of fame. So yeah, they've got various coloured flags, from yellow, red, white, black flags, whichever works. There isn't, I have asked, there isn't one specific for each bird, it's whatever works. They do have a flare gun, they do have a rifle, they don't often use it. They do just try to control, that's why the letter C. Bird Control Unit, as it was used to be called, and now it's AWCU, because of course it is a lot more than just dealing with birds. But birds and nature, it's an ongoing thing. You're never going to be able to, you know, why would you want to get rid of the birds? You know, I don't mean it in a controversial way. I just think, you know, life without birds, it will have a massive effect on the whole planet, right? The way they work. But yes, of course, they can endanger life with them being ingested in engines. I get that. So the only way you're going to do that is to control it. Which is why we always advise, when you're near an airfield, please do not feed the birds. Please take your litter home with you, because, you know, an opportunity bird will just think, oh, nice chip on the floor, I'll have that, you know, and then it can cause other things, it can cause other problems. So it's an ongoing 24/7 thing, you know, to control an airfield. They do falconry as well, they do that, but they could also become a hazard themselves. It's a for better words, kind of like a losing battle, but it isn't in a way to a point of control. And that's the thing, it's all about trying to manage and control the birds. And sometimes we get a lot of viewers going, well, why aren't they scaring them? But sometimes you can actually make it worse. You know, birds, different species of birds, the corvids, they react very differently. They see a car stop, they think, oh dear, we're going to get shot, so they move. It's when they are quite clever. I've had the privilege of talking to Airfield Wildlife Control Unit operators, and they've told me things, some wonderful stories as well from domestic cats. That's probably my favourite, to sheep, to foxes, but domestic cat for me wins. Sheep is a good one. Obviously it depends where you are in the world, but yeah, like I said, you're not going to get rid of it, and you can actually make it worse. It's all about being vigilant, it's all about communication between others, it's all about you know, seeing if a potential threat risk. You know, it's one of those things where you've got to manage it, and that's where their professionalism and their experience comes into effect. They can, you know, I've seen some very interesting homemade items to be used. You know, managing the ground, managing, you know, like I said, managing the rabbits. What in the world is this? It's a C-17 by the look of it. Blasted out. Pretty cool, wasn't it? So if you've got C-17 on your bingo card, put it on. So you tuned in to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to the show. Don't forget to hit the like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Ted and I are over the road tomorrow, and then a little trip to a wonderful air show that we're always excited about, East Kirkby, on Saturday. There are tickets still available, I believe, so don't miss out. Lakenheath, what we got? we go. It is an MC-130. Gosh. Okay, so that will make its way to runway 28. So we've got another departure by the look of it. It is the MC-130J Commando 2, flown by the 67th Special Operations Squadron. So just waiting for the MC-130J to make its way down towards holding short of runway 28. This will be our, hopefully, fingers crossed, our second departure. We've had one arrival and a few circuits from the CV-22 Osprey. Almost like underwater effect, isn't it? Almost like a scene from
One on the local timeout, looking for nav for visual freedom. I don't want to park over there.
yeah, from SpongeBob. It's like MC-130J in that jelly right in the distance there, so just waiting for it to here we go, clear for takeoff. Here we go, our second departure of the day.
6,600, climbing 3,001, climb out with request. Would like to proceed direct azimuth, get 110 in the hold, top 1 into it. 67, climate pain level 40, Brazos and Untitled Chapter.
Beautiful. Well, I think it's time for a cup of tea, I think. I'm going to just keep an eye on it in case it's coming back to do some circuits down there. Just gonna have a quick cup of tea and I'll get Ted on there in just a moment. doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. So we got 3 Orion, 3 Lilo Doublefly, high 5, Paw Pump. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. A Guards March to you, thank you so much. Margot Baxter, part of our spanner flight, for Ted's Scottish Smoked Salmon Burger. Ooh, I like that. Thank you very much for the super Guards March to you. Mecca 0607, a Guards March to you. Thanks a lot for the super. We've got Philip Knoll with 37 months. Wow, thank you very much. Also Sharon Chapman with 22 months membership as well. Best channel and community, thank you all. Guards March to you. Also Margot, thanks a lot for the super. And we've got Hunter's Moon, wow, 78, high 5, and a Guards March to you. Thank you so much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Also Jake Jackson, 40 months membership, a Guards March to you. Thank you so much. Thanks for your 40 months of membership. A Guards March there, thank you very much. Who's put life begins at 40 months. Thanks a lot for the carrots as well. The Lundy Gruffalo with 42 months membership. Ted's Answer to Life, the Universe and Everything, from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the C5 Galaxy. I love that. Luke M, high 5. Thank you so much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much for your support, and thanks for that. Guards March to you. So let's have a look on ADSB, see what else we got coming. Got anything in the vicinity? Regular C-130 there. MC-130J, I think, that took off earlier. Did a couple of circuits around Ely, and it's making its way back on the overhead runway 10.
267 middle of tower.
Just beautiful, isn't it? startup I can hear in the background. Just a bit of flexing, a ground run, which is aka an engine run. But I hope you've enjoyed today. It's been a nice chilled out stream so far, but it can all change. You know how Mildenhall is. 1 minute it's quiet, and then suddenly it all breaks away into a very busy 1000 circuit appeal. It's a station that's seen quite a bit in its time, from aircraft to missions, especially during the Cold War. 79 to 90, having the SR-71 here, a little period with the U-2 here as well, from the Handley Page Hayford, the very first operational aircraft to operate here back in 1934, with the squadron that is still active today. 99 Squadron. They operate the C-17 Globemaster at RAF Brize Norton. From Wellingtons to Stirlings to Lancasters and Halifaxes that were here during the Second World War, to the Avro Lincoln, and then in 1950 to 59 saw the station co-hosted by both the Royal Air Force and the United States Air Force, and it was from 59 that it stayed with the United States Air Force. And it's had a variety, unlike the likes of RAF Lakenheath with the 48th Fighter Wing. It's had its share of variety, shall we say, in its operations, with AWCU, refueling wing, strategic reconnaissance, with the detachment 4. Let's have a detachment of 55th Wings, various Rivet Joints and RC-135 variants, shall we say. So runway 28 in use today, just like yesterday at Marham. That was pretty special. I hope you enjoyed that one. That was a very, very special stream. That was something that I personally enjoyed as well, thoroughly, for an aircraft aviation enthusiast. Really loved it. Still hoping to see a KC-135. They are just absolutely stunning to see. I do love them. They are such a beautiful aircraft. Some sort of funky shot depending how far will it go through there? Let's have a look. It's getting further and further away. I was hoping it was going to be level. Let's see. We might get some sort of cool shot. Hang on. It's possible. You'll see in a minute what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to frame this. It's moving away from where I want it to be, but it might. Yeah, I think it's going to happen. Not as good as what I wanted it, but you'll see in a moment. Come on. There we go. I don't know if you can see that all right on your screens, but it's as best as I'm going to get as it moving further and further away. But there we go, look, through there, through the water towers. I don't know, just something that I like. There we go. Sort of over Lakenheath at the minute, by the look of it. Lakenheath is only 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying, and with MAT's military air traffic zone being a 5-mile radius, they kind of overlap, so they have what's called a CMAT, so a combined military air traffic zone. As the radiuses kind of overlap each other. Feltwell doesn't have a runway anymore. It used to back in the days when it was opened in 36, serving in 1937 its first occupants. Today, still part of the 48th, but as their intelligence unit, but doesn't have a functioning runway anymore. Sounds like that Beechcraft has started up, I think. I think that's what I can hear. ASB, see what we got. Oh. Is that the Beech 200 King Air, whatever it was? I can't remember which one it was. Is it this one? It's just about to see the flashy. So this is our next departure by the look of it. I think it was anyway. Yep, that's it. A tiddly little plane there. Look at him. Hello. Came in call sign Duke, which is a Beech 200 Super King Air, I think it was. Something like that. Reminds me of the Shadow R1 at Waddington, to be honest. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? It's certainly taxiing with purpose. Look at this. Mind you, I guess we're used to the big uns, the big iron heavy metal. Nice when the cloud takes over. Right, one out, one in by the look of it. Looks like we've got our MC-130J as well. Certainly picked up wind-wise. King Air 200. Also, something you may not know, this is where they train the dogs here at Mildenhall for, I believe, for both Lakenheath and the security forces here and Lakenheath as well, and I would have thought Feltwell, which was pretty cool to see. I'm having a little visit. Tim, thank you very much for my pizza. Gooch, thank you. Which I'll continue to have that in a moment. I'm just going to have some scran. It's cleared for option as well. So cleared for the option gives them a bit of pilot discretion and what type of approach, go around, touch and go, low approach, whichever. So what we're seeing here is pilot training at its finest, giving the pilot, whether it be a student pilot or what have you, the opportunity to have several attempts at landing and taking off, missed approaching, going around, touch and go, whichever. Now there is another engine run, but it is just flexing. It's not. Well, it'd be nice to be, you know, wrong. Not saying that, but I believe it's just a ground run. Now that I've got my pizza, this will do 4,000 approaches, 4,000 circuits. Here we go. Tim, thank you very much. That's Gucci Man, thank you. It's very kind of you for my pizza. It's good. You get pizza, you get aircraft. Well, I'm sure your bingo is doing quite well. Just need a couple of KC-135s really. That'd be pretty good. Come on. Going to go and see what that RJ, if it was an RJ, looked like one, didn't it? Give me a sec. Let me see who and what that was. Goose 5-1 looks like a Royal Air Force one, right? Cards are doing quite well. Looks like it. Gosh, that's 135-1 is coming in for at least some form of approach. God, that's got more spikes there than Sonic the Hedgehog, that, isn't it? Look at that. Yeah. So, all the way from RAF Waddington, the RC-135W Rivet Joint, 51 Squadron, call sign Goose. Ooh yeah. What about my pizza? much. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. That was a that was a lovely pizza. Right. Haven't seen a KC-135 today. What's going on? Oh, there's a nice breeze. Ted gave him a wave. So thanks to Tim Gooch, man. Thanks a lot, Gucci, one of our spanner flight. Thank you for that pizza delivery there. That was lovely. Thank you very much. So a guards march to Tim Gooch for the super pizza. So thank you very much. That is awesome. Tom Boys 31, thanks for your 8 months. Best YouTube channel. Thank you very much as well. Off Teddy goes. Thanks, Perry, for your messages. I have been getting them on my phone, on my watch. Thank you for the updates, and thanks for confirming about the photo of that SR-71. So now it's just a case of waiting a little bit and kind of trying to get a gauge of when the next movement will be. Have a look on flight radar as well. doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Ted, you right there, mate? There's Teddy. Bow, bow, bow. Nice one, Teddy. Right, it's one of those times where if I call it or not, it's one of those. What do I do? It's one of those, isn't it, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Let's have a little catch up anyway, see what's going on. Well, that's the thing with Mildenhall. 1 minute it's quiet, and the next minute you got a rivet joint from Waddington turning up. So that was pretty cool, wasn't it? That was all good. But that's the way it is with Mildenhall. It can be really busy, it can be quiet, and then it could just be all-out circuits all day. You can get a C-17 from Brize turning up, just doing circuits all day. It's just one of those, but it's a nice, chilled-out environment. It really is. And yeah, so welcome to the Nook campsite. And this is AKA John's Field for the viewing part of it. And yeah, it's brilliant, and we do love it as well. It's really, really good. So just 2 more shows to go for the week then. Tomorrow we're at RAF Lakenheath. For some possibly mainly just F-35s, but we'll see, right? We'll see. It's just the pattern that we've been seeing lately, but it's the way it is, isn't it? We're going to turn up and see what happens. And then Saturday, of course, East Kirkby. Looking forward to East Kirkby Air Show, and we're providing the official broadcast and live stream for East Kirkby's Air Show. So really, really looking forward to that. I really thoroughly enjoy it. It's a nice family atmosphere, very similar sort of vibe to the old Buckingham. And then you've also got the prospects of seeing a Lancaster that's potentially going to be our 3rd Lancaster in the skies. NX611 Just Jane, a major project that is still going strong, and hopefully within the next sort of 5 years or so, something like that, we'll be seeing a 3rd Lancaster airworthy. I mean, how cool is that? Really, really amazing. But yeah, how you doing? How are we all doing? I'm going to pop on the chats for a little bit. If you've got any questions for me, let me know about the airfield or any of the planes, or just general chit chat about the channel. Let us know in the comments. I'll just turn that round. Actually, I could just have a look now, can't I? Where's my phone? Let's have a little look here now. There we go. Right. Yeah, the rain. I know what happened. I mean, usually I bring the rain, don't I? I usually bring the rain. I'm the one that brings rain. And now, well, look what's happened. We kind of need it. I mean, it does rain usually about 380 days a year here in the UK, so I can't imagine it being like this for too long, surely. Hi guys from Jersey. Hello there, Adele Accor. There you go. How you doing? Someone watching. How's it going? Margot, Christopher Carr. Members, how you doing? Where are all the members? What are you saying, members? Kyle Ships, how you doing? Let's get some members on the case. If you're a member, tune in now. Give us an oi oi. Margot, Ted Coningsby, what was your favourite display at Old Buckingham? Oh, it's got to be Christoph's Cap 10, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. I loved Christoph's Cap 10. Brilliant. Rod T, Michael Woodringe, Vine, how you doing? Got any questions? Let me know in the comments. That was a good question there from Margot. Eagle 8296, Links Rainbird, oi to you, the Batter Purple. Let's get some members on it. Let's get some greenage. Let's go for it. We got Dundee in the case from Snowflake, not Captain Weber. What up? Geo M6, oi to you, not Captain Weber. Yeah, let's see some green. Let's go. Let's get some members on the case. Mark AH, how you doing? Not Captain Weber. Links Rainbird, how you doing? Oi to you. Members, what are you saying? What are you saying? LC Typhoon 349. Oi. I'm watching on my big screen. Dave Earl, which is the loudest? They're both loud. Anything over 130 decibels is just loud. After that, it's just noise. It's just distortion in your eardrums. Enjoy. Right, who else? Oh, hang on a minute. It's going really good now. It's going really good. Crisis Chris Honor. What a success story, working hard, being a gent and getting recognised for your skills by all the air show. I know, it's amazing, isn't it, right? Really, really good. Christopher Carr, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Bat Purple, Andy Haynes, Robert Owen, Martin Skeet, Dylan Cobb, oi oi to you. Luke M. Luke M, is there a kebab shop, pizza? There's everything. Luke, there's absolutely everything you can order from. They've even got a sushi parlour, man. They've even got a sushi joint. How cool is that? Bobby, how you doing? Thanks for the membership there. Really, really good. Oh, wow, that just skipped down there. Larone, Doug, Ross, Eagle 8296, what up? Gavin Elliott, oi oi to you, not Captain Weber. How's it going? Yeah, let's get some members on the scene. Let's paint this wall green with members. It's nice to see that. Really, really awesome. Not Captain Weber. Eagle. How you doing, Dave Earl? What up? Bobby, Links Rain, LC. Dave Earl's heard the F-35. The F-35A has the most powerful engine in a fighter jet. It is I don't know any other fighter jet bigger than a 43,000 pound engine. That's a Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW100. It's the loudest sorry, it's the most powerful, not the loudest. It doesn't matter if you stood next to that, you wouldn't even contemplate what is loud after that. After any jet engine is loud, man. Any jet engine, you stand next to it, it's going to be loud. But Typhoon, F-15E, F-35s, they've all hit over 130 decibels. Some have maxed it out. Mike Child Music, how you doing? What up? Let's have a look. Andy Swan, Lynx Rainbird, Alex Black Cat, how you doing? All right, hope you're good. Not Captain Weber, must go back to work. Dave Vole enjoyed his F-35A display. Christopher Carr, all's good. Thanks, Nikos. Hope you're good, buddy. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm all good. Just looking forward to finishing up. Do you know this year has gone scarily quick again. It's one of those things. If you're not careful, it'll be August, and it will be in the next couple of days, right? Goodness me, it's come really, really quick. Never, I still remember February. I still remember going to Valley and going to the Lake District and climbing Mount Everest with Kevy H and Charlie Pete, bless him. We had a good time there. I think the mountain air may have got to me on that stream, but regardless, you all had a good time with that. It was funny, wasn't it? It was really good. Let's have a look what else we got here now. John Merton, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Eagle, how you doing? Loving it. Andy Beckett. Alvin and the Chipmunks. Oi oi! Alvin and the Chipmunks, what, the movie? Oh gosh, that's going back a few years. Doug Ross, Brown Pop Fun, thank you very much. Cool. Links Rainbird, we've got people having their first visits at Lakenheath. That's good. Well, thank you for joining us. I think it's time to call it a day. I think there's going to be a massive gap, but then you never know. But 9 times out of 10, when you pack, it all kicks off. Happens all the time, but yeah, it's one of those things. Quite, many of you may not know, it involves a lot, a lot of prep work, a lot of editing that I do behind the scenes. It's when you pack all the kit away. I've then got to go through all the traffic, which is minimum 1 hour 15. From here, it'll take me 2 hours to get home from here. This time of the hour, 2 hours. Give yourself 2 hours to get home. After getting up very early, getting up at 5 in the morning, and then getting all the kit, which should be all fully charged, because I have a routine. I get in, I put everything on charge. While that's happening, I'll back up all the videos from today, and while that's backed up, it just leaves me enough time to just wonder what my name is. And then once that's done, everything's all ready and charged, ready to go back in the van, because I want to see it the next day in the van. Take things out the van there. No bears are left in the van either. There's a lot that goes on. So getting up early, packing it, driving in the morning, driving in a muntjac or a deer You know, you got to be alert 24/7. You got to be on the ball. Let me just sneeze a minute. Sorry. Oh goodness me. Pizza sneeze. Yeah, so you know, you've got to be alert all the time. You've got to, you know, get to the places. You've got to be prepared. You've got to get the kit ready. You've got to make sure, you've got to do all your checks. You've got to make sure all the batteries are fine. You've got to make sure the signal, Elon, all my paperwork, is that up to date? Is it all right? Have I phoned the right people that I needed to phone? Are there emails? And then while I'm waiting, I've got 4,000 notifications, and that's not even a joke. I have 4,000 notifications, and that's just on YouTube. I have that. I've got emails. I've got to make sure that I've got my insurance in place. I've got to make sure that the van is, you know, there's so much that goes into it, and not many people know that. They think, well, you know, can't you just go there? Can't you just go here? Thing is, I do this on a full-time basis, and it is quite demanding, but yet fun at the same time. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. Really enjoy it. It's really good fun, you know. And yeah, my replies are getting less and less because there's people are, you know, messaging me more and more, but you know, it's just one of those things. It comes with it, but I do enjoy it, so it doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, I get time to try to respond to everyone. There's a lot goes into making sure that, you know, no one's left behind. You know, and then you got emails that go into the abyss of Outlook. I don't know about you, but on the phones, there's this really annoying thing. On an iPhone, when you use the mail app, and it's put it in sections, and it's like you go to all inboxes and it will still categorize them, and you won't see half your messages. Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. What is this focused and other? Can't you just leave it in one inbox? Do you know what I mean? But anyway, that's me whinging. But yeah, no. But there we go. I think this is probably a good time to finish up for the day. And we'll catch you tomorrow bright and early. See, that's another bit of an early start for me in the morning again, but you got to be there early. You got to see, you know, you never know. What was it, 6:40 in the morning they started last time at Lakenheath? Goodness me, 6:40. And then they had to wait 2 hours, didn't they? Do you remember that? That was oh dear, something went wrong there, but oh well, never mind. So, well, I think that'll probably be a good time to finish up. Let me just check my phone. Let me just check there's nothing else coming in. You know, people screaming at me for something coming in, and I'm there packing up and all that. Whew. Teddy there. Bobby, thank you very much. High five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you so much. Link's Rainbird as well. High five. Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, TCS. Always good to see you all. Thanks a lot, Margot, for the super. Also, Doug Ross, Brown Pop Fund. Thank you very much for the super chat. Margot, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Well, I think that's about it then for today then, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I think that has covered it. Let me just check ADSB. Nothing really, is there? That's about it then for us. Right, and Teddy, grab your salmon, your chopsticks, and everything else that goes with it. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, it's been an absolute pleasure. We're about to finish up, and we'll see you tomorrow. Definitely. Right, RAF Lakenheath is tomorrow, so looking forward to that, and East Kirkby for the Saturday. So Mildenhall, all personnel at Team Mildenhall, thank you very much, and of course all our members as well. Thanks a lot everyone for tuning in. Our viewers, thank you so much, and we'll see you soon. Wish you well, right? My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman and commentator, squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Let me take that, mate. And I hope you've enjoyed today. So, for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Alright, hit the button, Teddy. Oh yeah! Lady Sheds and Teddy Bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted. Lady Sheds and Teddy Bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.